Greetings, folks. Coinstamp here. I'm just gonna start doing a little bit of the early pre-stream announcements. Welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing on this fine day? Why don't we start with a nice little a nice little sound alert redemption just to get everybody awake. Oh, I have to fix that. I don't know if I can actually, because the blurb box has this has like a certain way its panels have to look. I don't know, but I want to make it less poppy, if that makes any sense. Less typical streamer, bright, fancy colors, that kind of thing. I don't know if I can do that. Might have to subscribe to Blurb to do that, and I don't want to do that. Anyway, just for the stream crowd, we've got another one. I never thought Gideon making that noise from the intro would be interpreted that way, but it is. The narrator, it's... Oh, also, hello, Chicken Warrior. Welcome back. Good to see ya. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. It is 5 o'clock, and now you can never unhear it. See? I knew I wasn't going to be the only one that could hear it that way. Yes, I will now spread this propaganda throughout Twitch, the realm of Twitch and YouTube, until everybody sees it as whatgasm. Because it's like, what? But it's also a strange noise. Yeah, doing good. How's you? Doing okay, doing okay. I've got my hot cup of Joe. Not the smartest thing with spicy food. A niv. Gee, I don't know what you're congratulating him for, but I guess there are worse things you could be saying, a niv. Yeah, I'm otherwise doing okay. Just doing a bit of stretching and some thinking about things I want to discuss. First, since it's top of the hour, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. This is just for everybody in general. It is an overhaul mod made for Elden Ring, made by Team Reforged, spearheaded by Kirnifr, the mod's author, like founding author. And Avidian is not too far behind him. There are approximately over 13,000 changes, big and small, ranging from new attacks, new spells, new enemies, a few new enemies here or there. Reclassification is really what I would describe most of the enemies as at this point. Perfect attacks, ducking, deflecting. Too many things to list in one sitting. If you're ever curious, how long did the mod take to develop? I'd have to ask Kirnifr that, but I've been here for going on probably 2 years now, maybe 1.5, 2 years, something like that. And I hopped on during patch 0.5.3. And we're on patch 0.12.7. So I've been here a while. The patch, or the mod has been here longer. And I want to say the first instance of a change log I spotted was patch 0.3 point something. So it's probably been around the block for 3-4 years. I can actually do us a solid. So if you guys type in !ERN or !ERR, you'll be taken to the mod page. More work in 2 years adding new content to a game than AAA developers making a single entire game with less content? Yes. I definitely, regardless of what you think about the changes, regardless what anyone thinks about the Reforged changes. You could be for or against. This is a passion project made with love. And the community even helps temper some of the suggestions from time to time. So the original upload, yeah, it's been here 2 years. Original upload was on April the 3rd of 2022, and the last update was the 17th of April with this most recent patch. So it's been around for a little over 2 years on Nexus. I should specify that. It's been in development for 2 years on Nexus mods. As far as beforehand, I don't know. Kirnifr may have been working on it for a lot longer. For reference, this is the only mod that they have made. If you go if you type in !ERRA, that pulls up the mod authors page. As you can see, there's just the one, the Reforged, nothing else. It probably took maybe more time than that. Yeah. And it literally just does bring up their About Me page. It's blank, but at least I can point people to the mod author and say, look, they're really dedicated to this. They're not all over the place. They haven't made another mod. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but they're focused. They've been doing this a long time. In modding terms. What was I saying? I got locked into question and answer mode for a moment. Long story short, I highly recommend this mod. It's technical, but I like what I'm playing. I wouldn't be playing this if I didn't like it. Even if you consider the patch 0.5.3 version of this mod to now, where it's a lot more technical, there's more polish, there are more mechanics, etc., etc. I still liked that version of the mod, really and truly. I would not be here streaming this. I would be playing Baldur's Gate, or I may have been playing Convergence, or something else. I would have been doing something else instead of this, if I didn't like it, or the changes that I disliked outweighed all the changes I did like. That's the nice thing about ERR. You can customize it to suit your level of difficulty. You want to breeze through the game and focus on story, you still have to play the game, but you could turn on relaxed mode. Enemies just have drastically reduced stats across the board. You could turn on a couple of the additional difficulties. You beat those Crucible Knights yet, or are you headed somewhere else? So I didn't mention my game plan yet, because I was trying to talk and do things. My apologies. So, our game plan for today, I have not forgotten about our Crucible Knight friends, but for us to do what we need to do with these sleep pots, we are running out of materials used to make these things. If I take a look at our poison pots, we have 193 essential alchemic, which is low. A couple more attempts and we're just gonna lose the ability to make this stuff. The cursed blood pots, we only have 95 ingenious alchemics. And we only have but so much fragrant amalgam. So before I make any more attempts, what we actually need to do is go farm some materials. And this would be a good time to show everybody how the crafting in Reforged is different compared to, I don't know what my character's doing. I'm gonna make him move. So in vanilla, right? I'm gonna start with vanilla and work our way up. You have materials, you go out, you collect them, you farm them, you either kill or pick plants or collect ore, one of those three things, and you come over and you find an item of interest. Like, let's say I'll use a base game item. Normally there would be like I want to say there would be poison bloom involved in this, and like a cracked pot. And it would show this under the required items. And that's fine. That's how vanilla works. You put the items together and you make it directly. In Reforged, what you need to do is you'll notice there are 3 requirements. It tells you the container that you'll need to make it, if it has one, and any kind of required alchemics, extracts, essences, so on. You don't put the items directly in, you need to break them down into an intermediate. Like breaking down roa fruit in order to make alchemics, or breaking down grave violets into mildewy amalgam. Once you do that, you come back over to your recipe of choice. You can also filter all these things, and you can throw the intermediates into the new item. And at the moment, I can't show everything because I don't have the materials. Is there anything extra to breaking things down? No. Everything has a ratio. So like roa fruit breaks down to 2 alchemic. Earthly flower, I think, breaks down into 3. Herba breaks down into 2, so on and so forth. You just take your hand and smash it. Yeah, more or less. That's really it. And it's nice that there isn't an extra step, right? Because I can imagine this being annoying and turn people away from the crafting if you had extra stuff you had to do. Because making the intermediary is an extra step, but the advantage of having the intermediary ingredients is that multiple things break down to the same intermediaries, and there's conversion between some of the ingredients. So if you don't want to farm for the ingenious alchemics, you don't have to. You can just make it out of essential stuff. It just takes a while. That's all. So what we're gonna do is I need to farm a couple of things. We're just gonna make a couple of routes. And then I'm going to have to figure out the best place to farm. No, you know, I kind of know what I need to do. So I keep mentioning this in my previous routing sessions, but one of the best places to farm for anything is the Siofra River Well. Very specifically, once you get past the Guardian Crab on your way to that rest site, there are some dew-kissed herba there that break down into alchemics. But what I'm farming here for is we need some more golden amalgam, because I need to make some rune arcs for the day. Rune arcs are something you couldn't make before in vanilla. Yeah, that's something else I forgot to mention. There are a few recipes that are Reforged exclusive. Making rune arcs by hand is one of them. It just takes ingenious, I want to say it takes ingenious amalgam, no, ingenious alchemic and golden amalgam. Yeah, that's it. Those 2 things. Doesn't cost any runes. You can just do it if you've got the resources. Another thing that's unique is the ability to make hard runes. You need the prerequisite number of runes, just like if you were buying something from the merchant. And you can use that to turn your runes into hard runes in case you don't want to lose them later. There are ways besides death and not picking up your bloodstain / death marker that would cause you to lose your runes. If you get affected by death blight, which already instantly kills you, your runes are gone. Straight up. You don't even have them on your death marker. It just takes them away from you. That is one of the most controvertible changes. What are some items you need to make down to break down to make the amalgams? Any golden item, really. So the golden fireflies break down for the most amalgam, but outside of the gold fireflies, you also have the sanctuary stone, which breaks down into golden amalgam. You'll have the gold-tinged excrement, which breaks down into the amalgam. And there may be 1 or 2 other things I'm forgetting about. I wish I had an ironclad knowledge of the crafting table, but I do not. Because I'm guessing an item like rune arcs would trade for some pretty rare, hard-to-farm items. You'd think. It's possible you could buy the ingredients. Like, there are certain bell bearings you can get later that will allow you to get some of the base items, but... surprisingly, your only way of getting the intermediaries is by breaking the basic stuff down. There's kind of no other way around it. So, like, you could use your rune arcs to buy, like, basic herbs, but you're not going to get the intermediaries by themselves. You have to break those herbs down, and the herbs have to be capable of breaking down into the resource you want. It's kind of technical, but it's not too bad once you get used to it. And Arcane does affect the, where on the drop table you're getting these certain things. I do have a chance to get 2 gold fireflies, for example. If my arcane is high enough, it's rolled on the table, just like it usually is in base Elden Ring. Those tables have all been adjusted. That sort of thing. Do we have the 11? I'm a little afraid of... Yep, I see you, Sir Firefly. I'm sorry, Sir Dragonfly, aka Fake Dragonfly. For those who don't know, the dragonflies in this game are based on Dobson flies. Neat, but the Dobson flies, as pretty as they are, can freak people out if you're not used to the texture on the wings and such. They can flip on quite a few phobias. So let's see, how many of these are we going to be able to make? Especially when they're scaled to the size of a small dog in a video game. Yeah, if I were to self-insert in this game, I would freak the fuck out. I would absolutely freak out. I'm not like a I have to like separate the natural reaction of freaking out if an insect's on you or like something you don't want is on you versus like actual real fear. I don't have a real fear of insects, but I definitely don't like them on me. And something that size would do more than get on me. Have you guys seen the mandibles on these things? Hang on. Insect warning for those who trigger on this stuff. Might as well take a second and do this anyway. Look at these things. Look at them. Just look at the mandibles on these things. They're like the size of a segment of my finger. They're like the size of one of my finger segments. It's like a few inches long. Or like more than an inch. I don't want those things going into my flesh. Ugh, gross. Nope, incorrect. Incorrect multiple times over. Where is this? Here we are. Yeah, freaky. I want 10 seconds ago when I didn't know that existed. Sorry. Yeah. It's awful. I mean, they're pretty to look at. They have some nice earthy colors to them. But I would not want those things on me in the slightest. Here's an engagement question I guess I can ask. And this is just to the crowd in general. What are your thoughts on insects? Like them? Hate them? Nice in a jar or container, but don't want them anywhere near you? Love them? Want them crawling? I knew of people in my college's biology department that were insectophiles and absolutely loved centipedes and stuff crawling on their skin. It was interesting to watch. Depends on the insect. I think that's mostly what it is for me, too. If it's like a stink bug or something, no thanks. Not a fan. We're wanting to make alchemics, that's right. I have not forgotten. Something like a spider? Oh, hell no. Although spiders are insects in the loosest sense only. Gonna make one more trip around the bend for more rune arc materials, and we should be good, and we can focus on the alchemics afterwards. Something like a butterfly, I probably wouldn't want it. Smaller spider in the corner of my room with a web catching bugs. Great. Yep, I was thinking the same thing. A spider coming out of the blue and quickly crawling across me, burn it to the ground. Yeah, and never mind the scorpion in my shoe. That's getting the shoe itself is getting incinerated. I think scorpions are an incredible part of the Earth's ecosystems, and where they naturally exist, it is perfectly fine for them to be there. However, the scorpions and spiders can kill me, so you can't blame me for wanting to snuff it out. Even if some scorpions are incredibly pretty to look at, they're also one of the few natural spider killers. I happened to be watching a random video the other day, and I saw a scorpion duke it out with a spider it had caught, and eventually just one little pinprick from the scorpion, and the spider just curdled over and died. It was surprisingly amusing to watch. Okay, where are... Oh, you're gonna park over there? Don't do that. Sir Dobson Fly. Really, I don't want to fight these things more than necessary, so I am just going to quickly get these things. One neat change I don't think I've addressed yet in Reforged is if you may have picked up on this subtly if you were noticing before. If you pick up an item on foot, if you were to pick up items on foot, there would be an animation that you would be stuck in. Like, you can move, but you can't pick anything up until afterwards. If you're on Torrent, the animation is sped up, and you can largely just press through it. So there's like a small, tiny incentive to use Torrent, if you didn't have one already. You have to realize the spider is much smaller, though, though in a larger creature like a human, there would be time to send you off to a hospital for... Yeah, exactly. Like, I do realize that. Even so, there are scorpions and spiders out there with potent venoms enough to kill a man. Come to think of it, there are also some other strange creatures, like the blue-ringed octopus. A nip from its little beak, and you dead. Goodbye. I realize I'm citing like a rare instance of other creatures also being venomous, but my point is these things are pretty to look at, and most people wouldn't mind them being there as long as they weren't being bitten or affected by them. Really and truly, I don't think people would go out, catch, and exterminate these things. They have an important place in our ecosystems, and that should not be understated. I suppose for the same reasons, well, I should say, most people would probably realize that, but then people would also turn around and say, nah, we're gonna take the male mosquitoes and genetically modify them so they are incapable of breeding females that can bite us. Or, like, yeah, genetically tamper with something. I guess that's humans in general, but I just forgot to make an alchemic. That was my bad. Oops. That happened. That's okay. We'll have other opportunities for alchemics. Let's go. Now, guys, now I'll blah, 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 blah. All right. Coin. Relax. You don't have to talk so fast. Let's go to the rest site, and I will demonstrate just how potent the Siofra River area is for farming. Whether you want animal bones or you want herbs. Especially in this mod, if you want frozen extract or starry amalgam, crab. You said you had to fight a crab? No, I'm yes, and if we know you're down there. I think what that crab was in reference to. So if you're coming out of the river well and you have that ruin area with the claymen, you come around, you get on an elevator, you head down, and there's a river. You're led out into a river, and on that river, tucked into the left-hand side as you're coming out, is a crab. That's what I was referring to. That crab right there, I was using it as a landmark for describing the Siofra riverbank. That's all. It's not important whatsoever. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I will say crab eggs are another instance of ingenious alchemic. I think you can break them down for 2 alchemic, but I gotta be honest with you. If I'm fighting crabs just for 2 scraps of ingenious amalgam or ingenious alchemic, I'm gonna take a fat pass. That is not worth the effort. Like, there's one here. I will demonstrate that now. Oh god, where is that frozen wisp? It's over there. Yeah, I also forgot to mention, the frozen lightning wisps are here. They're like your only obstacle to farming. They will kill you. Always knew that crabs were full of knowledge. Extract. They are the perfect creatures of evolution. They really are. They're a novel creature for understanding. You know how biological evolution... Yeah, return to crab. But then we would never feel the warmth of the sun again, because that would be too much air pressure for the crabs to tolerate. So, okay, they break down for 3. Even better. But you have to burn through thousands of points of health for a crab egg, and it's not even a guaranteed drop? No, thank you. If I happen to have to fight a crab, sure, but I will otherwise take a pass. I do want to make a quick point of order to mention that one of the few things... Sorry, saliva at the back of my throat. One of the few things that Elden Ring Reforged does not touch is Torrent's appearance in the slightest. Like, if I were to play just Reforged, Torrent would look like Torrent. He'd be what you'd expect. That means that you can find a Torrent mount replacer skin out there, and you could slap it on Torrent, and Elden Ring Reforged will play pretty nicely with it. So this mount skin that I have is called the Falling Star Elden Beast, the Falling Star Beast mount skin, made by Apollo Who. It's a Nexus mod skin. You can find it on Nexus Mods. And look at this thing. He's so cute. Look at the beady blue eye in front, and like the double incisor mandibles. This thing is cute in a cool way. I really like this. It's my favorite mount skin that's out there. There are quite a few. Most of the mount skins that are out there are kind of... They're prototypal skins, meaning they have some file structure that doesn't always play nicely with Reforged. so I tend to avoid them. Yeah, it's the large unblinking eye. I like how much detail is on this. And I like the fact that the detail does not interfere with Torrent's movement whatsoever. There's also a really, another really popular one. It's called Jarrent. Jarrent. That one's also a really cool mount. It replaces Torrent with a riding, living jar. Unfortunately, as much as I like the Jarrent skin, I'll have to show it off sometime. The Jarrent skin actually changes Torrent's size, and so for an actual real run that wouldn't be permissible. Like, this is all the routing. We're doing all the practice, we're having to farm, all that fun stuff. In the real run, I would not be allowed Jarrent because he makes certain aspects of Torrent's platforming non-existent, or as in a non-problem. Because he's smaller, jar-sized, Jarrent turns a lot faster. I will say, he is one of the most... I should say, Jarrent is one of the most interesting and unique mounts for the purposes of Reforged, and I would recommend it to anybody who's like, I don't like how Torrent turns. Well, you can just change Torrent size. There you go. It doesn't like change the frames or any of the other interactions, just like the turning radius and size, and it doesn't change much else. It is a cool mount skin. However, I like the Falling Star Beast a little bit better. Then again, the Falling Star Beast is actually one of my favorite bosses in Elden Ring, so what can I say? The bias should be apparent. Yeah, I don't think too many people know that about me. I really like the Falling Star Beast, whether we're talking about the full-grown version, or we're talking about the, I just realized I could do something. Let's go ahead and grab some resources quickly. What was I saying? Oh, right. The Falling Star Beast is one of my favorites. Full-grown or the baby ones. Read that in 1 second. Let me get, like, out of the way so I'm not getting attacked by something. I feel like they should have given Torrent some sort of forward and back attack, like a kick backward and a lunge forward. Me too. Or like a, you know, a rearing overhead stomp. Something like that. They could have... FromSoft could have done a lot more with Torrent and didn't, and I'm sad about that. I'm really sad about that. And unfortunately, I kind of think Torrent, and I'm in agreement with the Convergence team on this one, I kind of think Torrent was a half-baked idea. Not because he isn't cool. He's cool and doesn't do enough. It's sad. You can tell me that a horse being attacked from behind wouldn't buck and kick anything. You can't tell me that a horse being attacked from behind wouldn't buck and kick anything in the face. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They could have leaned a lot harder into the mounted combat and just didn't. Now, that could have been extremely difficult to code. I don't think so. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say that. Unless Torrent is some unfeeling beast. Now, there could be an argument for that. Because in vanilla, let me tell you, in vanilla, this beast, our lovely friend Torrent, can walk into poison swamps, can walk into rot swamps, rot lakes, or other stuff without getting hurt. At least from what I remember in vanilla, you use Torrent to cross all sorts of stuff like that. And it completely invalidates the swamp in its entirety. Like, if you don't use Torrent, you're just asking to get hurt. In Reforged, Torrent actually takes takes more damage from these things, and sorry, just blanked again. Brain fog. Torrent takes damage from swamps, rot lakes, not like regular swamps. It's got to have something wrong with it, like a poison swamp, stuff like that, and actually takes on the statuses or gets affected by the statuses from those lakes, and you have to actually use raisins and cure it. It makes the system more interesting, even if more inconvenient at the same time. He's also shown to have his own opinion of Melina, and Melina says herself that Torrent likes and chose you. Yeah, I do like that. Torrent kind of gives me the Shadow of the Colossus vibes, where the main character has a bond with his mount, and towards the end of the game, you know, something tragic happens to the mount, and the main character gets very sad, and depending on how you beat the game, the mount may or may not come back to you. Yeah, Torrent kind of reminds me of that. What are we looking at for materials? 52. If we need to make a couple rounds of this, and then we might be okay. Let's go back over here and do this again. I want to have at least 400, 500 alchemic, and I might have to mint this little route once or twice over. Yeah, I'd say being burned by the frenzy flame isn't a great ending for Torrent. No, not at all. And you know what I find interesting? And I do apologize for the Shadow of the Erdtree spoilers, and I wouldn't really say it's a spoiler because it's depicted right on the channel trailer for the DLC. You get a picture of Miquella, right? Or like the pre-cocooned version of Miquella, with the golden hair braided and all. And Miquella is sitting on the back of a horse that looks exactly like Torrent. If it's not Torrent himself, it's like a carbon copy. So I'm really curious, you know, if the DLC is going to answer questions about, you know, Torrent's origins. Is Miquella going to say things about Torrent that we wouldn't otherwise get to know? I'm really curious to see where they're going to take all that sort of thing. Also, I guess while I'm at it, I have a burning, intense desire to see what they're going to do with Miquella. I think it's Ronnie who confirms that Torrent has a former master, and that is most likely Miquella. Yeah, I agree. I'm in the exact same camp. I cannot wait for Shadow of the Erdtree. I want to so badly see the conclusion of Miquella's story. I don't even want to see my own. I just want to see how we handle Miquella. And one of my other inclinations about that is maybe that'll get Team Reforged to be like, okay, fine. We'll make some more soporific stuff, because we have the grease, we have the arrows and that, and like the sword and stuff, and that's it. Nothing else. I would like some more soporific stuff. I hope the base game adds it, but if not, I'm highly hoping that Kirnifr and Avidian will be like, okay, yeah, it's out. We can kind of work with what we have, and we have some room for some soporifics. I hope my $40 pre-order goes to something important, like Nicholas left Peaky Toe Kappa. I hope not. I mean, okay. Feet in video games is a topic of great controversy. Something that people don't know about me too much is I used to be an MMO player, right? I played World of Warcraft. I started in 2013. 2013? Is that right? No, that's not correct. Damn, I'm old. 2003? I was like... I got the vanilla game when I was 14. Yeah, that's like 2003, 2004, something like that. Yeah, I'm very old, as it turns out. Feet in World of Warcraft, in its previous style, were very cartoony. So like the toes were kind of like held together like my 4 fingers, and the nails were kind of cel-shaded. It was not a great look for feet. And a lot of other games that have like Wii-style graphics, Wii-era graphics, also had feet where it was, instead of having individual toes, the toes were drawn on. So on one hand, you know, I hope that the art is worth having individual toes, and the model shows, you know, feet that don't have stapled together webbed toes. On the other hand, it's such a small thing that I'm not sure I would care if it were like that. I'm weird when it comes to video game art. Very weird. I don't mind cartoonish cel-shaded styles, and I don't mind if the feet and digits you know, aren't quite right. But at the very least, they should be functional. There should be there should be fingers and toes, or if there's no conventional need for it, that's fine. The fingers and toes can be a suggestion for all I care. But what can I say? I'm definitely used to video games having inconsistent standards when it comes to feet and hands. Reminds me of that scene in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs where that dude goes, "Behold, spray on shoes," and then melts his foot in permanent spray on shoes. I have not seen that movie, but that sounds hilarious. That sounds absolutely hilarious. I might have to go find a clip of that, actually. I believe my sibling has seen that movie, so I might be able to ask them later, but that sounds like I want a clip of that. Whatever that is. Please tell me... Oh, I can hear a bowstring being pulled. I do not want to get caught in the trees, thank you. So I guess I'll turn this into an engagement question. What do you guys think about hands and feet in video games? Important? Not important? Don't care either way? I know I wax poetic about caring about this stuff, but I sort of think I'm in the I don't really care camp. At the end of the day, they're extremities on models. If it's important to the model, then I want it to be accurate. If it's not important, like if it's just a paper doll or a lack of a paper doll, that type of thing, I probably don't care. I know for the longest time in World of Warcraft, I was playing a Draenei, which had hooves for feet. And so I got used to not having I got used to not having toes to deal with. So shoes already looked strange, because they were anklets instead of shoes, if that makes any sense. You didn't really have horse shoes for Draenei. That's not how that worked. I think they had more like goat hooves, now that I think about it. Let's see where we are now. 400. All right, we can try to make some alchemics with this. I think we can work with that. Okay, so we have... Okay, so we want to go this way. 129. Yeah, we need to do a couple more rounds of this. So I think what I'll probably try to do is, after our first hour, we'll try to work with what we have, so we're not literally spending all day grinding. because I'm not really sure that somebody who wants to sit and watch a review of the run would want to sit through a whole 4-hour grinding session. I know if I were doing a review, I would kind of get upset. Yeah, if I were to ever actually submit an honest run, I would want it to be, sorry, I would want it to be peer reviewed, so that, you know, I'm not, people can trust me when I say that I've actually done the run deathless, that type of thing. And having your stuff peer reviewed, if it's done honestly, builds credit. I wish I could say the same for the academic world, because boy oh boy, does the peer review process sometimes stink of it's all about who you know rather than what you know, or being able to prove that you did your work honestly. And I suppose I'm kind of sagging into a random topic now, just while we're grinding and getting our material alchemy on. I'm a former STEM major, so that was one of the, like, you're told that the peer review process is very important. You're told that it is so important that if you do not adhere to and treat the peer review process with respect, you are probably not making it in the worlds of science, technology, engineering, medicine, and mathematics. Nowhere. But then you hear from washed out, retired academics or researchers that no, there are people who are that bargain all the time to have their name included on an article as part of the peer review process, so they can extract money from the peer review process. Because sometimes people do get paid for the peer reviews. You can also get paid just for having your name on a paper you had no participation in. That's not part of the peer review process, but if you cite all your sources as part of the peer review process, and beforehand when you're just writing the paper, yes, it essentially is bribery. Ah, Aniv, you have finally realized the profound, absolutely catastrophic nature of human greed. The AI has cultivated subsentience. I almost wish I had a soundboard for this, but I do not, alas. Yes, it is bribery, and it really stinks. Because I was one of those people that my original degree was a technical degree to be a pharmacy technician. That is a fancy way of saying, I'm at the pharmacy counter, I tell the patient, do you understand how to use your drugs? Do you need to call your insurance company? Do I need to call your insurance company so that we can iron out all these claims over your medicine? Do you know how to use an inhaler? Do you know how to use a nebulizer? If not, I can show you a demonstration with a empty one right there on my counter. Yeah, then you tell them to walk around while I fill out your order, fill out the paperwork, and then finally, oh, you actually have a question about the medicine? Despite being trained on the medicine and having to do the exact same amount of study? Nope. I gotta go call the pharmacist so they can explain how that works. And I get it. Not every technician has to take courses to be one. You could just take the certification. What the hell am I supposed to stare at a Walgreens? The snack aisle? Yeah, that's kind of what they expect you to do. Because in Walgreens, they have to go get you. They have to go retrieve you. And I realize being told to stare at the snack aisle is, you know, bad form. But also, the pharmacist loses out on the pharmacy tech, has to suddenly be expected to pull ahead of schedule. Yeah, verify information. There's a lot of checks. And, like, I get that stuff, right? it's important. It's part of how the system works. I'm not complaining about that. I'm complaining about all the things that lead to turnover. So what did I do with that? I went back to college a second time to get a second degree in biology. It's related to medicine, and it means that my pharmaceutical training didn't have to go to waste. And in my time trying to earn my associates of biology and then try to work on the bachelor's, you learn about the peer review process. You learn about, I'm doing the Stormwind Shuffle, let me not do that. You learn about the peer review process. You learn about, you know, the amount of effort it takes to get your scientific papers published and what you actually have to do in order to even get funding for an experiment. You have to play the same game that a humanities or some other major has to play for getting funding for these things. You can't just say, I'm gonna do this thing, how much funding am I allowed? You have to show it's useful. You have to show that your experiment or whatever you're wanting to do research on actually means something for society at large. Got it? Cool. Money is not infinite. You only have so much funding to go around. But it's disheartening to hear later on. It's disheartening to hear from people who are retired that, nah, the people at the top were skimming off the bottom. People were essentially using clout and exposure and reputation as currency. Same as anywhere else. It's very jading. It's very disenfranchising. Never mind the exorbitant cost of college, so when you finally do realize that I'm doing the Stormwind Shuffle again, but I really need to think on this last thought. It leaves a bad, bitter taste in your mouth. If you're trying to be an aspiring, yes, corruption, that's normal. I was wide-eyed and white-eyed, both. I viewed that sphere of the world through we're trying to discover truth. We're trying to focus on fact, not fiction. I was very naive during that portion of my college experience, trying to get that second degree, because of just how much hard work they emphasized on writing the papers. It's not even the experiments. That's one thing, but you got to prove you know what you know, and you have to show that other people's expertise in the form of citing resources lends itself to building upon the knowledge that you're going to put down in your paper, that you didn't just do a thing and wrote about it, you know? And it's just it's sour grapes. It's sour grapes. And so I've been thinking about this while I've been trying to, like, regain funding for college and figure out what the hell to do with my life. And I've come upon the personal discovery that I've had blinders on just the whole time. And I don't know what to make of these dawning realizations, right? It's like, yeah, somebody was going to be inevitably like, yeah, dude, we saw the writing on the wall. We knew they were corrupt from the very beginning, and I'm going to have to turn around and have the inevitable argument and say, yeah, but where's your compassion? Where's the benefit of the doubt? Where's the, oh, well, I didn't see this while I was on that side of the fence. So how was I supposed to know that these people were making backroom deals on peer-reviewed research and engaging in financial and moral corruption? That sort of thing is many layers deep. It's hard to see. on purpose. I don't know. I don't want to dwell on, like, the past. Like, my past. This stream is not supposed to be about me. Not really. But I think we've skirted to 5 different topics in, like, the past 20 minutes. But I guess I'll leave on a bit of well, not leave, but I guess I'll transition to our break with a little bit of parting advice for those who are thinking about entering college, just happen to be lurking in the background or have me playing in the background or whatever. If you're going to go to college, especially if you're going to be sold on STEM, because that's what everybody is trying to get everybody to go to college for. Science, technology, engineering, computing, mathematics, all that fun stuff. Don't let them sell you lies. Don't let them say the picture is rosy. It's not. It's not any different than the humanities or the fine arts. It's not better. It's not worse. It just is. You have to do what's going to fit you well in life. And if you're focused on money, then sure. Then focus on money. You'll hopefully have done the research for that. But if you're just trying to figure out what to do with your life, make sure you go find retired people from these fields and ask them about the things that people would do in the back. Don't let them sell you rose-tinted glasses. You're inevitably going to be disappointed when you find out what's behind the rose-tinted shading of the glasses they've given you. That's my bit of advice. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm totally not disillusioned with everything. I'm not totally disillusioned, but I am definitely jaded. I don't know. I guess, how do other people feel about that? And I don't want an immediate answer. I want people to dwell on that for a bit and come back to me with an answer if they want to, because it's break time. We've been here for an hour. We're gonna do one last conversion sweep of materials, which I'll do right now. Then we're going to take a break, and when we come back from break, we're going to make up the pots that we need and try again on those godforsaken duo crucible nights, and hopefully get them down this time. Okay, I think we have reasonable materials. All right. Yes, it is break time. For those of you on YouTube, it's going to be a lonely 5 minutes. For those of you on Twitch, I do play 90 seconds of ads every hour during break, and my break lasts for 5 minutes. I definitely recommend getting up and stretching, or, you can sit and watch the ads for yourselves, or if you're subscribed or you have Twitch Turbo or any one of the other things that lets you ignore ads, then I guess this will also be a bit of a lonely 5 minutes. But either way, I have to go get up, stretch, check on my dogs, do all that other fun stuff. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, talking with me, keeping me company. Because I gotta tell you, coming up with stuff to say for an hour with no help is rough. I would be struggle bussing it to stay engaged right now. So to Chicken Warrior, I especially want to thank you for keeping me company during this. It means a lot. I really do mean that. Thanks to everybody for watching up to this point, and with that, I will see you after the commercial break. Thank you. I am back. So sorry about that. Where are my timestamps? Hey there, Gracker. Good to see you. Give me just 1 second. Chat appearance. Why did you turn... Oh, it's because I posted a new... It's because I had to refresh the Twitch chat panel. That's what it is. Okay, I didn't miss. Good. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Gracker. Much appreciated. Let's see. Nice to see you wearing that bit badge. Thank you. Let's get a shout out for Mr. Gracker 221. Gracker is a networking streamer. That's the best way I know to describe him. He plays marbles on stream, and I'm glad I got that. I'm glad that the command was able to get that correct, so now I won't be messing it up. Marbles on stream is a chat interaction game. The streamer on their side sets up the game, Marbles on stream. They get the skins, they get the track, they select the tracks, they do all that fun stuff, and then all chat has to do is they will get a command that allows them to play. Sometimes there'll even be commands that let you, add a skin to your marble if that streamer has it. And you go from there. The races cost energy, which some streamers I've noticed do have the energy build-up races and some don't. So you kind of have to watch out for that. Gracker is one of the ones that does have an energy build-up set of races at the end of his streams. He streams every Sunday from about 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and typically goes out to 2 to 3 hours, maybe a bit more than that sometimes. But if you're a content creator, or even if you're anybody, I shouldn't be so specific like that. But we network with each other on Gracker's stream. Go check him out. Follow him. It's usually a lot of fun in there, and it is a place to network and get to know people. I can tell you, I would not be as well networked as I am if I never knew of Gracker in the first place. If I've never heard of him, I would still be afraid to network with people sometimes, because I'm like, well, do their interests really overlap with mine or don't they? And I've sort of learned to let go of that. It took time. It took networking with people I didn't know, and as it turns out, they didn't really care, so why should I? It's not being inhibited. I'm less inhibited now because I've been on his streams, and I really do have to thank him again for introducing the mod tools to me. I have Seribot and Kumabot Defender, things I saw him use on his streams. They have stopped over 20 bots, and I am very happy about that. Although some bots still appear to be in here, most of the ones are ones I sign up for. In addition, I want to go ahead and tell you guys, make sure I don't have the internet on. That might make this stream a little bit better, actually. I have, in pink, if you open up your channel point alerts, there will be some redemptions, channel point rewards. There will be redemptions in pink. If they're in pink, then that means they have an audio alert associated with them. So let me use this one for example.
Behold, your mother is dead.
They cost 50 channel points. They're not very expensive because I want people to play with them. Obviously, you don't want to spam them. And it takes a minute for Blurp to recognize that you've redeemed an alert for this in the first place. But what I'm hoping is that they're a fun way to either shed some commentary on things that you otherwise would not be able to, or if you just want to play a sound during a robust moment on stream or whatever, you could do that. You can do that. Plus, oh geez, I'm mashing buttons when I really don't want to be doing that. I would not have known about LERP if it wasn't for Gracker either. So definitely. You know what I just realized? That our ingenious alchemics are also dipped into by our rune arcs. So we have to do one more round of this nice little lap of materials. I totally didn't even think about that. Let's do that real quick. Hopefully you're able to relax today, Gracker, and thank you again so much for stopping by, and to everybody else who's hanging out. I'll just do a little bit of a reminder. If you have not done so, please consider following or subscribing on YouTube. That is, following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are good ways to get in tune with my content for free. There are also easy ways to support this channel for free. On Twitch, sorry YouTube, I don't have anything for YouTube subscriptions. I wish I did. On Twitch, following gets you 5 free emotes that you can use whenever. Those never go away. They might change, but you will always have them. And in addition, following or subscribing gets you access to my personal Discord. I heard the cackle of a Dobson fly. Ugh, those branched wings are something else. Let me do a... What was I saying? Right. Let me do a demonstration. On YouTube, the same commands work, but instead of an exclamation mark, you do a star. At least I sure hope so. Yeah, Nightbot just took a second to mint those commands out. But, you know, if you join the Discord, just let me know. I'll get your role all sorted out. I do not have a bot yet that allows me to do this. None of the bots that assign roles do it for free, unless you specifically do it from Twitch. So I do have to come and actually adjust your role myself. Just let me know. I'll get you all sorted out. My server is a quiet one. I'm looking to change that. And of course, hey, if you're a content creator, you know, you're welcome to advertise in my space as well. Feel free to join in the Discord just for that by itself. I do have a balcony. I do have a balcony channel set just for being able to do that. And that way I can expose my audience to whatever you choose to create as content, whether it's Gracker and his marbles on stream or, you know, it's something else. My viewers have varied tastes. And I'm sure there'll be something that you're streaming and or doing that would excite them and attract their attention eventually. I think that's about all I have to say about, like, benefits packages right this second. When we get to the midpoint of the stream, which is like 2 hours, you know, I'll do some shilling for the financial stuff. But for the time being, I think I'm going to be good just with this. And of course, shilling aside, your presence here, the lurking in the background, or wherever else is more than enough for me. I thank you just for being here. So please don't let the extra stuff that I have to say as an affiliate on Twitch dissuade you from being here. It's kind of just something I have to do. It's like being a salesman. I wouldn't be a very good salesman if I didn't at least shill some of my products. My product being content. If you need to know what other kinds of content I do, and I think this is going to turn out very badly for me. I also do stuff on YouTube. I am going to be putting together an installation tutorial guide for Elden Ring Reforged pretty soon. I have the script partially written out. I just need to finish writing it. And then I have the painful process of editing actual video. I haven't done some editing for quite some time. I've been trying to let my arms recover. I came down with a case of tennis elbow or tendonitis in my right elbow relatively recently, and that's my dominant arm, my right arm. I also game with the damn thing, so it sucks when you're trying to do stuff you consider important and you need to also not do important stuff with that arm in order to get it fully recovered. Tendonitis sucks. It absolutely does. How many alchemics do we have? 29? Nope. That is the other way around. I'm sorry. Did I screw something up here? I think I did. Like, I didn't get counts quite correct. But we're gonna have to farm again a little bit more. And then after that, I promise we will go back to making attempts on these Crucible Nights. I bet people are thinking right now,
do you take me for a fool?
I bet people are thinking that right now. I promise I'm not trying to hoodwink you. Not even in the slightest. But if you make mistakes, you make mistakes. It's also important. It's important to make the mistakes for routing purposes now that I'm thinking on it. Did I, like, not... No, okay, I did reset this, because those... I already plucked those before. No, I didn't reset this, because I would have been able to pluck this just now. Jesus. Alright. Resetting. Yeah, I'm not trying to hoodwink people. I promise. Something you guys probably don't know about me. Oh. You know what I just realized? It froze. Let's fix that. Let's try that. How long has it been like that? I hope not a long time. God, oh, I'm gonna feel extra bad if that happened. Let me take a look. I thought that might happen. Okay. That sucks. That's really bad. Yeah, I'm not surprised that people left over that. I'm really not. Just... I probably would. Shows incompetence. And I guess that's how people would describe me right this exact second.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Gotta keep streaming though. I can't let errors like that get to me. Alright, where are... Okay, I know those guys pop up here. Okay, drop down so we're not getting snubbed by you know, ancestral spirits. Having internet issues, may have to leave stream. If so, have a great night. No problem, Chicken Warrior. Thank you ever so much for, you know, staying on as long as you have in the first place. Yeah, no worries, man. Internet issues happen to the best and worst of us. Have a great night likewise. Speaking of, like, internet issues, or just, like, issues with technology in general, there are two things that seem to be a constant occurrence with my streams. One is the capture card freezing, and I hate that. Not much I could do except restart the capture card, unfortunately, when this happens. The other thing that's, like, the worst when it happens is I'll be speaking into the microphone, right? And yeah, I'll be speaking into the microphone, and it'll be peaking in OBS, but there won't actually be any sound somewhere between OBS and you know, Twitch, YouTube. There's no sound. Nobody hears me. It's infuriating when it happens, because then I have to spend 10 minutes flicking on and off a bunch of, like, settings to get it to work. It's awful. I don't wish technology issues on anybody. They're frustrating. They make you feel invalidated, small, weak, short in stature, and absolutely pathetic otherwise. Because it's like I should have, I know about these problems, and yet I have not fixed it somehow. Technology issues are hard to fix, I have to say. I know there is an octopus chasing behind me. Could kill it for ovaries, but I'm not really sure that's worth it. So I guess I can ask an engagement question for anybody who's interested in replying. How do you guys feel about technology issues? Do you feel as shrunken as I do? Well, maybe that's kind of hard to answer. Do you generally feel shrunk or small when they happen? Especially if you, like, even if you're not streaming, right? Let's say you're just entertaining friends. If you're just entertaining friends and, like, your technology you're using to do it starts malfunctioning, you know, I don't know if that would make you feel small, but I know that would make me feel absolutely small. And my dogs are barking in the background. I may need to stop what I'm doing and go fix that, handle it. Yeah, I'd better go see what the matter is. I will be right back. I'm so sorry. I am going to play a small 30-second ad while this is happening. Don't worry, you're not missing out on anything. Feel free to get up and have a break for yourselves. But I do need to go see what's going on. Be right back. I am so sorry about that. I am going to be adding an extra 10 minutes to the stream so that you guys don't lose value on your investments and your content. I am so sorry about that. I cannot believe that I had to go regulate a dog to eat out of the food bowl. I have a small dachshund. Rather, my household has multiple pets, 2 dachshunds and a black lab. One of those dachshunds' names is Junebug, and she has been conditioned to eat out of the food bowl when a command word or phrase is used. If I ask Junebug, "Where's your ball?" "Junebug, where's your ball?" she'll start eating. She might like mouth the ball, like a toy of hers, a round toy in the shape of a ball. She'll mouth that like, "Yeah, it's here," but then not care about the ball. She actually just wants the ball to be bounced so that she can eat or focus on eating. And I think I know I've like partially conditioned her to do it unwittingly, but I'm not the only person that has conditioned her into eating when that catchphrase is used. So I had to go do that. Then she also accidentally meandered into the back where the offices are. She was not supposed to do that, so I had to usher her out of the office. It was very unfortunate. What this? Might as well break down everything else that's useful. Nope, other way. Alright, that's gonna have to be good enough, or we're gonna be farming all night. Like, this is not the most efficient way of getting resources. Now let's do some crafting. Let's do some crafting. We want 9 of these and 10 of those. Are we about to run out again? Oh, we're actually about to run out of sedative extract. Oh my god, I think I've never run out of so many resources in one sitting before. This is insane. Like, criminally insane. Let's see. Pots. We want 3 of those. And then we want... Let's see, we're holding 2 of each. Is that correct? Yes, so we want 4 of these other ones. We're actually just straight up running out of sedative. Where can we get the sedative extract? Well, okay, it comes from St. Trina's lilies. Is there a place where there's just a bunch of them lying around? Probably not. And we just have to go find the clumps of St. Trina's lilies that we can. Isn't there one, like, over here-ish somewhere? No, that is incorrect. It's over here. Before you even get to the land octopus. And I'm not even sure that respawns. Yeah, look, there's where the Trina's lily would have been, and it's not. Okay, so I have to figure out something else as soon as possible. Okay. Remind me, game. Jarberg. What does that have? Surely there aren't Trina's lilies in there.
Those awful poachers.
Oh, I'm sure Alexander will beat them up for you, Jarbairn. Why am I collecting this on foot? I should be using my horse. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Ah, smite. And now there's a smite too. They're working on one. Yeah, I never thought that I would hear... I've never heard of a maker of a MOBA before, you know, actually make a straight up new platform, for their game. It's so strange. I never thought Hi-Rez would have done that. Yeah, there's gonna be a Smite too. Now, I love me some Smite. Not enough to play it. It's uber toxic, but just... Let's quickly check the Discord, see if there's new people. I have to try to, you know, make sure I'm doing my job as curator of my Discord. Okay, is that it? Yeah, it's usually a loop. You can do like a small loop of collecting certain flowers while you're here and row of fruit. Like, the first time you come here, you can talk to Jarbairn enough times and they'll allow you to pick the flowers. Okay, there's no arteria leaves. That's fine. Oh, I would kill for some arteria leaf right now. What else is here? I don't check the mausoleum or the cemeteries very often. But is there anything worthwhile? No, not really. Okay, where else would Saint Trina's lilies be? There's like a set of ruins over here. Yeah, there's a set of ruins. I think that I want to say the Forsaken ruins have them. I'm trying to think of other spots that have these things. I may have better luck trying to find the owls rather than this, but I do not know where Trina's lilies or slumbering eggs are best farmed. I don't farm this material much, in case it isn't abundantly clear. That is unfortunate. Sorry, I'm having to look up all this stuff. Moonlight Altar, Site of Grace. Yeah, because the Trina's lilies are they don't respawn, so we need another way of... So it's right over there on a rock, you say? At least that's what the website says. Yeah, don't be ashamed of using the Fextra wiki. You know, even if my colleagues at Reforged don't trust it at all, it does at the very least have some cataloged information that may or may not be useful. It's right under the white tick mark for the compass rose, is that it? So we what? Look south when there should be one? Nah, it'd be like right over here somewhere. Where's this rock? I gotta find this owl. If I gotta go past, like, the outskirts of this cathedral to find a slumbering egg, that means the guide is incorrect, and we should not be relying on it. And I'm, like, clacking away. Oh, what is this? Oh, hello. Is that a spirit hawk? So, what kind of spirit spring was that guarding? I have to, like, ask. Because that's the first time I've seen that particular spirit hawk. I want to be careful and obviously not die after I just spent all that time farming resources. I would definitely hate to have to, you know, add one to the counter, but... Where is this owl? Where else do I think there's one? It's kind of like perched on round rocks, generally, is what I've come to discover about these owls. Now, sometimes, I will say, I do apologize if, you know, I come across as, oh, I know how this mod works, and, you know, basic shit about the game is, like, stuff I don't know, but what you have to realize is that I'm, you know, I'm human. I'm, you know, and I'm totally making up a person to talk to about this. Random person 559. I know a good deal about the combat in this mod. I know a good deal about the general features, but I am not an encyclopedia yet. I do not have everything memorized. I'm working on it. I will eventually be an encyclopedia for this mod. It will take time, but I will do it. But, okay, clear... Oh, it's the Moonlight Altar. Yep, I was checking the wrong one, chat. See what I mean? In my haste to try to get back to not... Okay, we want to head south, right? There's one... There should be one on a rock. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. Right bloody there. One egg every time. I will have my slumbering extract. My sedative. Yeah, and that comes back every time. Sure as pie. Pie. I have a viewer who comes in here, a fellow content creator by the name of Devious Grace, and she cooks food. She's not trying to do it for a living or even as a hobby, but she seems pretty good at it. She made a tart like a couple of days ago that had like strawberries and stuff on it and looked really good. And she was talking about pie in her stream last night. It was interesting. We also talked about wine. And you know, I got to share the fact that, you know, once you open wine and or champagne, it expires very fast. Around 3 to 5 days, depending on when you open it and how long you keep it refrigerated for. But yeah, once you open wine, you better drink that like a common rube, or you are not going to keep the wine's value very long. It'll get... Quote Google, wine loses its flavor and effervescence, its bubbliness, after a while. Which is just wild. I totally get, you know, why wine is so expensive now, because it loses its value and spoils 5 days after you open it. Becomes vinegar, or rather it begins to vinegar, like acidify. That's what I should say. It begins to turn into vinegar. Gets sour, not very good. Let me see what the going sedative rate looks like. 7? 5? Yeah, a few more times ought to do it. Make 2. Yeah, we should make some blessed material. We should make blessed substance. Okay. It's not really enough to keep from hemorrhaging resources, but... yeah, we just need some alchemics now. Trying to think of where we could go and quickly farm this up, but I get the feeling the best thing we can do is just go back to Siofra and like farm. I think I'm also willing to try like the first section So we go to the first section of Siofra, where you go into the river well. There's lots of Duke-kissed herba down there. And that's usually a pretty good writing loop. We gotta try to get these guys in the next attempt. What do you think? What do you guys think? I could have swore I saw an insect fly in front of me, and I was about to go, oh snap, on him. You would have seen a fat white man snap, crackle, and pop so fast, it wouldn't have been funny. Just saying that makes me feel ill. But it's the truth. It's the truth. I want to thank everybody for, putting up with me up to this point. I do greatly appreciate it. And I appreciate all the chit-chat that it has been happening since the start of the stream. Greatly appreciate it. I'll do my best to entertain people, even in silence, of course. That's my job. I have to earn your commentary. I have to earn your conversation. That's how streaming works. But I always appreciate when people talk. I just appreciate people in general being here, because I know I've got the personality of a wet mop. I'm flighty, I'm cagey, I go all over the place sometimes, and I give off the appearance of a know-it-all. I know I do. Even though I know very little. I know almost nothing. And I come across as judgmental, arrogant, egotistical. I know I do. Just because I speak with so much certainty, and I'm not always willing to shower praise on people, because sometimes people need to be critiqued. They need to be called out. Can't always have good vibes on stream. Sometimes you gotta tell the truth, and the truth is more important than anyone's feelings. Too often, we coddle each other by refusing to call a spade a spade. I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it a lot. I wouldn't call someone out on something I'm not willing to call myself out on if I also do it. It's human nature. We all lie to each other. Because we care about each other's feelings, just innately as a species. It's how social species work. Those feelings matter and are valid. But sometimes those feelings get in the way of problem solving. They get in the way of logistical concerns that should override those feelings that people may or may not have. Only in purely psychological issues should the value of someone's feelings take precedent. It sounds like I'm using wokeism as a weapon or something. You're like, oh, you're so woke. No, I'm awake. I'm alive. And I dare any Republican to come here and challenge me on that, because I assure you, I will shred whatever appeal to logic they're going to make. Although, thinking about it for a minute, calling someone woke when all they do is respect people's boundaries and validate them, and generally just validate them, is not a logical attack at all. It's an emotional one. It is an attack engaged in hysteria and theatrics. And that's really the problem, is right now, America is having a battle for its soul, and I mean a big battle for its soul. Not a little one, a big one. You have the old guard who want to keep their benefits and packages for themselves, and you have the new people who are expecting the same slice of that pie that their fathers and mothers have gotten. And when the government and or the state and or local municipalities cannot afford to give them that slice of that same pie because it would in fact bankrupt them, well, what happens? Mutiny. Rebellion. I guess what I want to be careful. I do not want to legitimize attacks coming from ableists. Many Republicans and some Democrats, although they go about it in an entirely different way, are ableists. All of them. Whether they're too old or why are you shoving that shit onto my kids? Or why can't you just pay your taxes? Some people are not allotted the same slice of the pie, same opportunity, or they physically cannot capitalize on the opportunity that you are trying to give them. That's like the other half of it, is people want to say that we live in a land of opportunity, and I guess we do, but you gotta be cisgendered, or maybe not so much cisgendered, although being cisgendered is like a huge requirement. You can't buck the trend of following big business and not only do you have to do those two things, America is also a place where the blurry lines are not really supported because our founding fathers did not have blurred lines on the horizon when they were thinking about people coming together in service to greater values. They weren't thinking about the line between good and evil being so blurred as for there to be a moral gray instead. The things that the founding fathers dealt with were much clearer cut. Really. They didn't have to make the decisions that modern leaders are having to make now. They're not having to say, oh, well, we don't have the money to afford you this slice of the pie. But maybe this other slice would be beneficial. No, that's not what I asked for. I asked for this slice of the pie, and I was owed that slice of the pie. I expect you to come up with it. That's the argument that everybody is having with the elderly in America versus the new guard now. It's we wanted the life you told us we could have if we grew up. We weren't expecting all this extra nonsense to have to enter the picture. That we would study hard and not have old fogies try to hold on to their job so they don't live penniless. We didn't ask for that to enter the picture. But I don't think the founding fathers were thinking about this when they made their rules. And not only that, but I don't think people were thinking in those terms now. Like this whole, generational possessive over positions in power, or for societal hegemony. I think people are only now starting to realize the multivariate and many layered aspects of just how America works. It's great on the surface. But when you bubble down and get to how people actually practice, none of them practice what they preach. And it's a race to the bottom. That's how you make your money. It's how do you sell your soul? How do you... I mean, granted, not everybody is participating, but the ones who aren't are putting themselves at a disadvantage. And the news is never about the people who are wholesome. That news never lasts long. It's always the corruption. That's the more profound news, just period. I don't know. I seem like a wash-up, don't I? An absolute wash-up. And maybe I am. And despite me waxing poetic about... waxing romantically about I know what I'm owed, I know that in this world, you have to take it... You either have to take it for yourself, if no one else has taken it, the things that you want, or you have to be willing to make your own luck, to make your own way in this world. Nobody is going to help you. The people on the opposite side of the aisle from the Republicans don't seem to have factored that into account. That, like, central human need to just live one's life in peace. And humans won't lift a finger to help each other if there isn't some kind of beneficial service being performed, or there is not an exchange of services, an exchange of goods, an exchange of time. If it feels one-sided, or, you know, there is no return on investment, only those who are altruistic will bother with the time at all, and they won't do it forever. I know. Does all this talk color your perceptions of me? I'm sure it does. To a great degree. I'm not looking to win you over with my arguments. I wish I were, but I'm not. Most people have drawn their lines in the sand. They know where they stand. What I'm merely doing in the process of grinding for materials is to share my own perspective with you. Because I don't sit on the same side of my aisle, of the aisle that my friends do. I don't. That's the honest truth. I don't sit on the same side of the aisle where my parents or my elders do. I don't even sit on the same side of the fence as some of my other peers. I'm on an island. I have views that are amalgams of the rest of the masses. I have a worldview that I think is fairly unique. Okay, do we have what we need? Finally. I think so. We're ready for some attempts. We're gonna go over here to this bloody tomb and finally try to take him out. But beforehand, we got a break. We got to take a break. I got to go and check on my dogs again. Because I played an ad, because I had to play an ad during the middle, this break will be 3 minutes. So this will just be a rather quick jaunt from one side of my house to the other, and I will be back shortly. I will only play 30 seconds of ads as a result. You know, that way you're not... Actually, what I could do is I could play a minute's worth of ads, since I had to play 30 seconds worth of ads earlier. Yeah, I think let's do that. Let's do that. That way we keep the same running total of ads in the long term. Thank you guys so much for stopping by and hanging out with me. It means a lot for me to do this. I hope that I haven't driven you away with my dialogue, but I don't blame you if I have. I don't exactly espouse the same worldviews as other people. Make of that what you will. But I do want to thank you guys for letting me be on my soapbox for that. Because the thing is, you can't always talk about the video game. That's easy. You could always talk about the video game. Like, I plucked the turnip. I put the turnip in the cauldron. I lit the fire. That gets boorish. You want to be able to talk about other stuff. Which I think I've done a pretty decent job of doing, at least. Even if some of it I would probably classify as unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. Unglued. Can only repress that stuff for so long. Oh, sorry, I needed that stretch. Oh, definitely gonna have to do some stretching after stream. But anyway, I have gabbed at you for far too long. Definitely feel free to get up and stretch. If you hadn't, I know I need to. And I will see you guys after the end of this rather small commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thank you guys so much for hanging out here with me. Sorry, cleaning my glasses. I went to get a couple of paper towels for this. Jinkies, my glasses. Can't see without my glasses. Stuff like that. Anyway, if you like the content, and you hadn't done so already, you know what to do. Do all that algorithmic YouTube stuff. If you want to support my content further in a financial manner, there are several levers available to you. If you're on YouTube, best ways of doing that directly are through Patreon or Ko-fi. That's kind of the overlap between Twitch and YouTube as well. If you want if you want to financially support me without all the extra fanfare, you just want to say thank you, then yeah, Ko-fi is going to be the best. Ko-fi or Patreon, both work. If, however, you want the fanfare, you want the frills, you want the alerts, all that fun stuff, you can donate directly on Twitch. You can send me bits. 1 bit is one US cent. You can tip me some other amount, or you can subscribe on Twitch. If you subscribe on Twitch, you get double channel points. You get 5 emotes just for using your Prime Gaming. Yeah, I should say there are 4 tiers of subs. You have Prime Gaming, which is just if you have an Amazon Prime account, you get Prime Gaming for free. It does not clear out the ads, but you do get all the other perks that come with a Twitch tier 1 sub. You get the ability to have double channel points, as I said before. You also get the ability to help vote on new game projects that we might have on stream or as a Let's Play. I have votes for both. Trying to think if there's other stuff. Yeah, emotes. You also get access to a few more Discord channels, specifically where I can showcase you content ahead of time. That sort of thing. Your actual tier 1 sub on Twitch basically gets you access to collaborate with me. It also gets you priority in a multiplayer game if I ever play one, like Path of Exile or World of Warcraft or something along those lines. I would prefer to pick you first over other people if you're subbed. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are what I call thank you tiers. You don't really get a whole bunch of value. You do get an emote for each tier, but that's really about it. Yeah, you only get thank yous and like 1 emote. Sorry, I just don't have anything compelling. But the most important thing at tier 1, no ads. No ads on Twitch while you're watching my channel, which is great. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much if you do decide to sub. I really do mean that. Or if you choose to press any of the financial levers, also greatly appreciative. If not, your presence is more than enough. Never feel coerced or pressured into giving me financial succor, financial reward. I'll figure out what I need to do in life to get by. Don't worry about me. One other thing I do have to shill as an Amazon representative, I technically work for Twitch I technically work under Amazon as an affiliate on Twitch. So I am compulsorily compelled to talk about Twitch Turbo at least once. If you watch a bevy of streamers on Twitch, at all times of the day, morning, noon, and night, and you don't want to pay $5 for the individual stream perks. Too many perks, don't care. Cool. Twitch Turbo is for you. In exchange for giving Daddy Bezos $12 at 65 cents, US dollars, you can ignore ads everywhere. You do not see them with Twitch Turbo. And I just realized I had the intermission screen on. I'm a total professional at this. If you watch like a lot of streamers and you do not like being inundated with ads, $12.65 a month is not a terrible rate for that. It's not the best rate, but it's not terrible. And that could be where Twitch is headed, is exclusively Turbo. And if you want to support streamers, then you don't use Turbo, but you have to put up with ads anyway. That could be where Twitch is headed. God, I hope not, but I have a strange way of manifesting ill things happening. Ill things happening to people. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, what I'm going to say is, it is boss time. It's the very definition of boss time. I have a lovely little command that I'm going to type into the chat now. For YouTube, this would be star BOSS. For Twitch, it is exclamation mark BOSS. Which means I acknowledge highs with a high back, but then I'll kindly ask you to please wait a minute while I finish up with this boss, and either I kill the boss and then I can go back and answer the comments in chat, or I die and then I can answer them right there. One of those two things has to happen. Nothing personal, just can't focus on really hard fights. Now, I'm gonna review what we're trying to accomplish. What I want to do is have Lutel out to take aggro. I want to mark the regular Crucible Knight with the Cursed Blood Pot, kill them, get them down, hopefully in a reasonable time frame, and then, oh, you know what I just realized? Well, it's a little bit late to go correct that now, but I probably do need to, I probably need a ranged option for that particular Crucible Knight, as Flame of Frenzy is not good for this fight. I'm locked in place too long. In the meantime, we'll be whittling down that knight with poison pots, sleep pots, and try to get them debuffed with the spray mists. And then afterwards, when there's only Ordovis, maybe Lutel will be dead by then, and I can just deal with that Crucible Knight on my own. Okay, I think I've got the strategy. Now, here, the question is, can we execute it? That's the part that's going to be rough. Anyway, wish me luck, guys. I will need it. And with that, I will see you on the other side. Yep. I chose the wrong flax to drink. Yeah, it's like they don't aggro properly. Like if they're in the middle of an attack animation or they already fired the attack routine, good luck. I need to not be firing rune arcs off, but I feel like I need the stats at the same time. Because that extra, those extra points of health do make a difference. Alright. I think I just have to get between... Yep, just like that. Run. Gotta do that first so it's marked correctly. Yep. Rolled at the wrong time. Yep. All right, they've swapped aggro. No. They're, like I said, if they get desynced, if they de-aggro for any reason, it doesn't work. It doesn't bloody work. I have to get a ranged option. I cannot get close to the Crucible Knight and attack it with Flame of Frenzy. That's like a one-on-one tool. I need like a... And I probably don't even want Flame if I have to do that. I want like a flame sling, something quick, cheap. I don't have to charge it. I could just fling it and be done. Then we can grab the Flame of Frenzy, and that's gonna be it. All right. Let's see, 3, make 1, make the rest. We used 1 spray mist and 2 of those. Okay. All right. So far, so good. Yeah, I was having a chit-chat with the people in Reforged about this yesterday, or / this morning, actually. And let me tell you, they also effectively said this fight was unfun. You do not get a second to breathe at all. Especially if they get desynced for any reason. Goodbye. Never knew ya. Come back later. That kind of thing. I hate it. I feel like I just need a little boost, a little bump. Like, this fight feels... It's not, but it feels overtuned. Slightly. I don't know how else to describe it. It just feels slightly overtuned. Anyway, we have our stuff. Let's try again. Okay, that strategy is just legit not working. It's like they're locked in to whoever they're, like, targeting. It's really strange. Let it go. die. It ends today, Ordovis. Finally, death, sweet revenge. And oh boy, do I have a soundboard for you.
This is revenge, you witch, and you ghoul.
And where is it? Where is it?
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Yes, that is how I feel about them. Oh my god. Put them on the bloodiest hot coals and rake them. Rake them till they bleed mercilessly. Ugh, just awful. Thanks for your help, Lutel. I feel like I had to bloody, I needed a miracle. I needed Ordovis to act in specific ways. Oh, please let the next boss not require any of these things. Where is the next boss? Speaking of, finally we get to leave to new territory. Holy shit! That was awful! What? Just one more time for the masses in the back.
This is revenge, you witch, and you ghoul.
Ah. Just, bristling with anger is what I have to say. Do we have any hard runes? We have a few in our possession. And you know what the worst part is? I can't even level up. There's nothing redeeming about this. There's nothing redeeming about this. Ah, okay, we gotta recalibrate our spells again. Okay, so if you guys want to link to the route sheet that I'm using, you can type in exclamation mark DRoute or star DRoute into the chat. I'll do a demonstration now. It might take a second for those of you on YouTube. Aniv, what song? The Altus Plateau song? What's this emote? Strikiu pout. What are we pouting about? Anyway, yes, this is my route sheet. You guys get viewing privileges on the route sheet. That's what that link is. And it's where I compile all of my route notes at. I actually feel like a direct damage spell was pretty important for whittling down that Crucible Knight, because I was not going to get the opportunity to stand there and channel even an uncharged version of it. So it definitely felt better to use flame sling. And I'm wondering if I could also just use flame sling in general on that bog standard Crucible Knight to maybe get it down faster. Cursed blood. Yeah, cursed blood. All right. That only took me 150 minutes. No. 150 some odd minutes to get that fight. That totally didn't happen. Ugh. Disgusting. I feel like I need some more Soul Calibur sound alerts. Like soundboard items just on hand. Speaking of soundboards, let me wake up people in the back. This is another thing I wish to do to Ordovis.
Let's give him a squeeze.
I still didn't arrange the damn spells. Stop licking the damn thing. That's the kind of energy I'm giving off right now. That's like... I'm mauling? Yes, mauling. I'm mauling. That's what's happening. I'm mauling. I'm angry at this fight. It didn't have to be that way. Maybe I was being too passive in the fight, and duo fights generally do not reward passivity in the slightest. I want this, and I want this. Maybe that was my problem. I was being too passive and too reliant on the, pots and spray mists when they were utterly unnecessary. Like, completely unnecessary. I don't know. I'm gonna be collecting materials like mad on the way. Oh my god. Just... I'm gonna be like farming non-stop from point A to point B. This song, how about this experience? And I do apologize for molding on camera. I really do, but I don't. This fight that fight was very frustrating. First 8 fights, okay, whatever. You know, I'm used to it by now. It's not quite so bad, but oh my god, once we start getting 12, 13, 15 deaths, whatever number you can find past 10, my patience was wearing thin, like thin layer ice thin. And what I really kind of need to sit and do is write some rules about Deathless for ERR specifically. Because I can tell you that fight would be a lot better if I could deflect. If I felt like I could deflect and not penalize myself later, it would be fine. But because I'm currently disincentivized from deflecting attacks, even though, you know, it's deathless, so the only thing that matters is a death, I feel like I'm under an immense bit of pressure. Even if it's just internal. Let me get rid of these. We don't need this. Even if the pressure is just self-imposed on deflection. On, like, not wanting to get hit. But I feel like I would make myself feel better about this whole thing if I just wrote down the rules for myself. You know, I think Team Hitless's rules are still a good baseline for what I should and shouldn't be able to do in a run, but I do think I need to modify them for my challenge run so that we can actually get through it sometime this month. Sometime next month even. Because right now I'm way too slow. Way too slow, and I know I'm over leveled, so it doesn't even feel like you're watching a spectacle. It feels like you're watching mediocrity. Okay, sure. Fighting against Giza's war machines, are you? Yeah, you opened your mouth and you got slapped. I will have to quickly be right back. I hope I have not been discovered. It appears not. Gonna go hide behind the rocky crags. I hear my dogs barking. Oh, hello. Yeah, I hear my dogs barking. So sorry about that. I will be about this. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. I apologize about running the ad there, but I felt that you guys probably weren't going to miss anything while I had to go deal with my dogs. So sorry. They apparently decided to bark at a strange dog. I thought they were barking at, you know, like a human being outside, which is something I would have to be worried about because I house sit by myself and I'm not trained with a gun or anything. So if it were a thief or, you know, someone to come in to try to kill me, I wouldn't be able to defend myself. You might even see me get murdered on camera. And I don't want that. So I have to be alert for myself and my dogs. Oh, these guys are mad, right? Yeah, these guys are frenzied. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, in a land of madness, you go mad. How predictable. It appears that Giza's war machines have gone back to do what they do best, and that's butcher people. Oh, you thought you were gonna grab me. You almost did. And I would have died for it. I would have died for my sins, but I'm thankful that did not happen. Come on then. Come this way. Not good. I don't do very well running from these kinds of encounters. I think I explained this in the Reforged Discord, which is where I usually tend to frequent these days. At least until my own Discord gets bigger, and then I'll frequent there more regularly. Which I guess is kind of a self-defeating thing, but that's neither here nor there. I am a Soulsborne player that doesn't do very well when I'm having to run and gun. Like, at all. Oh, I need to be careful. And I generally need to concentrate on fighting. I do a lot better when I'm doing that, as opposed to running 50 different directions and like just skip everything. For whatever reason, my mind can just not psychologically handle that. Cannot. Yep, I know you're doing that. So as a result, I'd like to think I'm a much better fighter than I am a runner. And Dark Souls gauntlets have always been a problem for me. I've never been able to handle one very well. Dark Souls 2, I love Dark Souls 2, but I am not very good at like the Iron King DLC or the Ivory King DLCs, because there are forced gauntlets in there, and I do not run those very well at all. Let's equip the Sword of Night and Flame to get that draining a little faster. I don't know. I guess here's an engagement question I could ask. What do you guys think? How do you guys feel about forced gauntlets? Do you love running from one spot to another and killing things on the way there? Is that the kind of thing that excites you in an action movie? Or, you know, you're like, I get stressed out when I'm having to run and fight. I'd rather either run or fight, not both. I can struggle with... I know I can kite things in, like, games that I know that that's a possibility, but generally speaking, you gonna come over here, big guy? But if I'm not aware, or I'm not, like, you know, primed to need to kite things, I'm bad at it. Or I'm not great at it. I'll say it that way. Because I've done it many times in the past. When I was raiding in MMOs, you know, I played an elemental shaman for so many years. I knew what I needed to do in order to kite things. I would lay down the earthquake totem. I would lay down earthquake. I would use, like, the binding totems. Like the earth grasp totems. I knew what I needed to do to kite things, and I would generally try to spec into things that either enhanced the crowd control effectiveness of my earthquakes, or, you know, I would, you know, start using frost shocks on ads where we really needed fine control over their movement, along with a tank nearby to taunt. Hello, Anastasia. Nice of you to make your way here. Nice of you to join us. Goodbye, Anastasia. Blood Boon is like my best defense against this type of enemy. I just completely bumped into her. Over here at the Corpse Stench Shack. Ah, an appetizing name to be sure. Corpse Stench. Look at these hanging trolls. What, did Rykard as a praetor decide? Sure. You know what? These trolls and these giants, we don't like them. We're gonna hang their corpses as a display so they know not to do that again. Okay, what am I grabbing here? A stone sword key. Very good. We've already made it to Volcano Manor, so technically the patches scene shouldn't happen here. All well and truly good with me. I don't like that bald-headed prick to begin with. No offense to bald-headed individuals. I knew bald-headed men in my time. Still know them now. They're fine enough men. Really. Truly, I mean that. But, patches. Petches? Yes, Petches takes the cake on, you know, prickish, dickish behavior. I said what I said. Stand behind it, too. Don't let... whatever respect I had for Patches died when this version of Patches became the norm. You had Dark Souls 3 Patches, and I liked him when he didn't remember who he was. I liked him when he forgot himself as Lap. L-A-P-P. Lap. What the hell? Just random frenzied night, sure. Where is this ladder? There it is. I knew I would find the ladder for this soon. Oh my god. Just, I extend my burning hatred of the Crucible Knights out this far. I'm still not over it, man. I'm still not bloody over it. The Crucible Knights are gonna give me conniptions. By the way, did you know that Griggs of Vinheim and Hawkwood from Dark Souls 3 are voiced by the same person? At least I think I remember them being, you know, oh, hello. Yeah, I remember reading that little fact, or I remember comparing, like, voice actors online, and I read that they were voiced by the same man, and I gotta tell you, I'm not. Oh, hello. Oh, I got a fun piece of tech for you. Never mind, no fun tech allowed. I will happily take those 8 signs of the all-knowing. First Mount Gelmir campsite. Yes, you're gonna see this naming scheme like first, second, ninth, so on and so forth. As it turns out, a lot of these were... I want to say there was a war between the heretical factions in Gelmir and, like, the kingdom of Leyndell, if I remember my history correctly. And essentially, Rykard was committing many blasphemies as a judge. That's what praetor means, by the way. It's a fancy word for judge or magister. Those are similar words. They don't quite mean the same thing, but they'll work well enough for a kingdom that no longer exists. Really? Don't know how I missed, but I did. Praetor Rykard. Praetor Rykard. It's like the Phyrexian Praetors. Praetor Sholdred. They essentially... In Magic the Gathering's case, I feel like they're used more to mean Magister, whereas here it's a little bit more unclear what Praetor means, but we can probably assume it to mean Judge. Which, hey, Judge Rykard, Judge Rykard is fairly fitting for the man.
Ah, I am the Serpent King, and I can do anything.
Oh god, I felt ick. Although, that is not what Rykard says.
Together, you can be part of my family, yes.
Something like that. I can't do high-pitched voices very well, despite being a high-pitched man myself. I'm more of a baritone person when it comes to, like, vocal impersonations. Not that I do much of those. Try not to. I have to rely... I think I have to do impressions of video game characters, or else, you know, I'm seen as racist. Like, if I tried to do an Ice-T impression, that would not land me many points. It would take away whatever credible social standing I had in this world, because people would say, you aren't African American, you're not black, what do you think you're doing impersonating a black man? That's exactly what the world would say. I don't know, man. Impersonations and acting get onto the whole subject of, you know, what is the legally, or not legally, what is the societally acceptable limit on acting and like impersonation for non-subversive purposes? That means you're not trying to, like, sneak in anywhere or get someone killed, etc., etc. You're like, whatever, you know, let the best person fit the role, or it's like, no, we could spend them. These film directing companies could in fact spend money to find a real person. They just won't. I kind of think both opinions can be true. That it really should go to the best person for that job, but the best person should also fit the creative vision of the film in the first place. So, for example, if you needed someone to represent a famous figure, and that person is black, well, then you want the best black actor, the best female or male or non-binary black actor to get that job, right? Like, the identity isn't that relevant, but it would look awful if you had to try to stretch someone's appearance to fit that caricature, to fit that on-screen representation. That's not... You don't want people, like, excusing blackface. Oh, it's just for a role. I'm not black, but I don't need to be. No, it's... And I would argue that's true even if, let's say, Nigeria or someone, or one of these other deep African countries got into the business of filmmaking, and in this business of filmmaking, they white-faced Nigerians for white roles, for European roles. I would have a problem with that, because they could easily find a European who's like, yeah, we're gonna pay you this much for this role. Would you be interested? Regardless of what you might think, it's just a service. The only thing that has to exchange hands is money and directive power. That's it. That's all that should be happening. But that's not all that's happening. It's not. There are ideological divides that have to be respected or feared or whatever. It doesn't have to be that way. Oh, man. All right, we're most assuredly not going to find patches here. We're going to find something else. I don't know, what are your thoughts and views on, you know, actors and how people are portrayed in media? Where do you fall in that spectrum? And don't worry, I'm not here to crucify you for your response. Just don't be a racist about it. Don't say, oh, well, don't use it as a soapbox to be anti-immigrant or a nativist. That's all I'm asking. Because if I see that under the statutes as part of being a representative for Amazon, I have to tamp down on that and will likely have to ban you. But if you say something like, well, I just think it should go to the best person for the role, period, doesn't matter, race, skin color, whatever. I think that's a generally pliant enough neutral view that I'm not going to judge you on it. I just think it's worth more nuance than that. Guess you got all the issues sorted. It wasn't just my internet, but the app also needed an update. Awesome. I'm glad to have you back, Chicken Warrior, and I'm so sorry that your internet and the app, like, had to be updated. I really do mean that. I hope this will be the last bit of struggling that you have to deal with regarding Twitch. Good news. We killed the Crucible Knight, finally. Ordovis was hell on earth. And I spammed like 3 soundboard alerts, 3 things on my soundboard as a reward to myself. Oh, these are already dead. What did they drop? I can show you. I haven't sold it off yet. I think they also dropped a weapon, but they have the Crucible Axe gear. There are actually 2 Crucible sets. There's the Crucible Tree and the Crucible Axe sets. This one strengthens the aspects of the Crucible incantations. That's the set. Yeah, mostly vanilla drops. It's just the drops also do something extra. I'm trying to remember what else, because it wasn't just those. There was also a weapon in the mix. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, you wanted the axe head because you didn't like the tree. Totally fair. I think they both collectively do the same thing as well, if I remember correctly. Is that the dragon scale blade? No, that's not really it. Here it is, Ordovis's greatsword. So Ordovis himself, I guess in the duo fight it would just be the shield using Crucible Knight, but here he has a name. His name is Ordovis. It's kind of a forgettable greatsword normally. Yeah, it's nice. It exists. This thing is a buffer for Crucible incantations. Has a pretty unique weapon art on it. I want to say, oh, it's the one that spins in gold. Yup. And that thing is available to us here as a drop. It's pretty great. It's a much better weapon in Reforged. I want to say it was a pretty negligible vanilla weapon overall. and what you do to get the weapon is just generally not worth it. I don't know if it's visible in the over it spins and slams the ground. Yep, sure does. Oh, it is a vanilla weapon? That's interesting. Huh. I've been playing Reforged so long that honestly I start to forget what things are in vanilla. It's pretty cool. Does it go by a different name in vanilla? Crucible Knight Ordovis took us 14 total deaths. 12 of them were from the fight itself, and 2 of them were from mishaps on the way to dealing with Ordovis, which should tell you just how hard the fight is. We had 13 deaths to the Godskin Apostle in the Divine Tower for a sense of how hard the fight actually is. What I like about mods is you can test your knowledge of the base game with how many things are changed. Yep. If you remember to go back and play vanilla, that's totally something that you'll notice is, I know this changed and I know that changed. I don't think I've touched vanilla since I've started Reforged. So I've kind of lost some of that vanilla knowledge, but I have a pretty good rote memory of the first half of the game, because I stopped in vanilla like, oh, this thing was moved, or this area is different that way. Yes, so one of the things that I guess is nice about Reforged is there are only subtle map edits. So for example, right, let's use Ainsel River. So you have the second half where you can either come in through the deep root depths, or you can take Renna's Rise to get to this section of Ainsel. And then you'll go over to Noxtella. Normally in vanilla, Noxtella is a straight ride all the way over here to the basin. You go to the basin, you see the Baleful Shadow, you defeat it, you move on with life. It's normally forgettable. In Reforged, there's pretty much, it's kind of like right here. There's a cliff face that was added here so that it blocks you. You can't use Torrent in that area. You can't jump over the cliff face. You have to actually go around, go up through Noxtella, go all the way to the Chair Crypt, and then come down and around. Just one subtle change was all that had to happen to completely reroute the area. You didn't have to add buildings or new structures. That's what Convergence does. If they want to change an area, they really change it. They'll go down to the ground if they have to add new stuff. I like both approaches. I don't mind that all Reforged needs to do is add a cliff face to something, and oh, suddenly you have to completely explore the area. I also don't mind if the area is stripped down and changed, like at all. That doesn't matter to me. For example, another place where they do this in Convergence is there was an update that got pushed recently. It's like 1.4.1 point something for the Lake of Rot. They added some new structures and new bosses to the Lake of Rot. Really cool. It's normally kind of of a forgettable stride. You go down, you press all the obelisks, and you make your way toward Estelle. That's it. That's all you do. There is the Dragonkin Soldier, but it's kind of forgettable. By literally changing the structure, you change the way the player interfaces and navigates that region. I like what Convergence did with the locations. They actually made more in a proper castle. Yup. Instead of having the ramparts several miles in front of the castle itself, they're wrapped around it. Yes, I played a pretty significant chunk of Convergence, and I really like what they did with Morn. Reforged doesn't... There are like a few structural changes, and there's some blockades set up to force the player to move in specific directions, but not the full entirety of the castle is changed. So like the battlements and ramparts are mostly the same. You just skip less of it, if you see what I'm saying. I don't mind both. You're going to have people on one side of the aisle or the other say, oh, well, I really like that Convergence just completely overhauled the damn thing. And you're going to have other people in the Reforged camp that are going to say, that's too much change. There was no need to edit this. Just a few quick, simple snips, and you already have a complete dungeon. It's already there. No fuss, no muss. It's kind of minimalist. I like both approaches. And I don't begrudge either for preferences, just don't engage in mod tribalism, which is something I have seen over the 2 years that I've been part of the Reforged Discord server. And I have also seen it in the the question mark server name Elden Ring FromSoft Soulsborne modding server. Is sometimes people will get into wars about which mod is better. Yeah, I like it too. There are a lot of half-baked ideas, and I'm pretty glad that Convergence exists. It exists as a nice contrast to what I'm doing. Yes, I know, game. The summoning pool is functional. You didn't need to hold up my actions for that. Thank you. Let me think a second. There was something I wanted to say. The question is now, what am I going to do first? What build and bosses? Do yourself a favor. It's easy. If you're gonna play Convergence, if I would recommend not spell casting first. I have to clean my glasses. Blood or Death. Yeah, those are good ones. Like I'm a huge summon junkie. I love being able to summon things, and Convergence does scratch that itch for me. It definitely does. Be careful. Playing a dot build is very addictive. I'm also blind and can't see, so give me 1 second. Jinkies, I can't see without my glasses. What did Aniv say? Aniv, what random nonsense did you pull out of your noggin now? Per ora se... Oh god, this is in like Italian. I can read like the oh god. Something impending something. She's trying to summon a demon. Yeah, and Niv says silly things. Spellcasting is the reason you want to play Convergence? Ah, fellow mage and fellow Soulsborne mage. That is awesome. Yeah, we're in the same boat. I also am a magic junkie, and I love the plethora of spells in Convergence. Like I said, there are things I like about both mods. Elden Ring is more of Elden Ring Reforged is more of a, you appreciate, no, not mage. I don't spam spells. Battle mage. Okay, I can respect that. Yeah, I'm more of a pure caster. I'm not good at spell blading things, not often. But there are some pretty nice buffs and enhancements in Convergence. I want a weapon that complements my build and magic. I do too. Sometimes I pull out the weapons. Oftentimes I want a bow that complements my magic. Oh, and you also wanted to try Holy. Yeah, the Holy stuff in Convergence is pretty good. I like a few of the spells. There's There's like a holy emit force that's really funny to watch. I don't remember the name, but I know that's basically what it does. It's like a holy version of emit force. Okay, now we're in the hero's grave, and if I remember correctly, this place is rough. They made every boss no more than 50% resistant to anything, so that makes anything and everything viable. Yup, that's a change that Reforged and Convergence have in common, is nothing is more than half resistant. So, even though I'm a fire spells only build, I'm not going to be so walled by Theodorix or Rykard that I can't do the fight. It's just going to be an uphill battle. That's all. We got to change. Unlike the 80% that bosses can have base game, yeah. Renala, Rykard, Morgott, Radagon. Yeah, absolutely asinine. 80% is so high. It's so high, and I don't know how. They obviously had a generalist view or approach to the game, right? We actually want, is it fire negation here? Might be. Yeah, flame fortification. That's what it is. I don't often get new utility spells during the run, but I think I'm gonna need it here. Anything else? Move the bottle out of my way so I can see. No, I don't think I actually have anything I can use here. I think it's just Flame Fort. And we may... Oh, why is this on? I remember Renala, my sorcerer character, we had to use Rock Sling because nothing else you had did damage. Yep, absolutely. I remember the same thing. My very first character was a sorcerer. I mean, I was also jack of all trades, but I definitely preferred sorceries at that time, and Renala was a very uphill battle in vanilla. I think that was what opened my eyes to say, yeah, I'm gonna need to do something else. I needed anything else. I think I actually remember pulling out a bow for that fight so that I could capitalize on her physical weakness. And I probably started using Poison Mist at around that time. I had enough faith in Arcane to do basic things, but not anything fancy. Then I became a jack of all trades soon after, and life was much easier. Because I could be the Swiss Army knife. If I really wanted to. What am I doing? Right. Flame Drake Talisman +2. Yeah, +2. We're already wearing pretty good fire resist gear. I don't intend to go wading through the lava. That'll still kill me, but I do think I'll be slightly better equipped for it now. What else can we do to, like, bump this up? Builder's Body to Steel? I wonder what this does. How slow am I if I do this? Oh, it's like I'm wading through it's like I'm wading through a thick pool of scarlet rot. Yeah, it's iron flesh, but in elixir form. That is not gonna be functional. That's not true. There might be like a case use. I'll prepare one of these, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to use it. Yeah, it's just the Bloodborne thing. Exactly. Wait, Bloodborne thing in terms of light load? Light load? That's what you were talking about or asking about last time, is that correct? Alright. Yeah, oh, Iron Flesh is a thing in Bloodborne. Got it. Yep. My mind was racing 20 leagues ahead of where it should be. So sorry about that. Yeah. That chariot is up there. I'm not gonna make it over the hill. Ah, yeah, the lead elixir. Oh, right, yep. I have not played Bloodborne, but I do remember a Let's Play of it. Yep, and I think the lead elixir was touched exactly once or twice. Frick. Okay. Oh, I have to do it on the way up. Got it. I'm gonna focus for just a second while I navigate through this chariot. I have to wait. I have to, like, quickly get over here. Okay. I remember dying many times in this place. I used it once, died because you couldn't do anything in a game where aggressive movement is the key. Yeah, I can imagine so. I've never played Bloodborne. I've only ever watched, but of what I've watched, you need to be quick on your feet, and heavy loads aren't really a thing in that game. If you go heavy, you're getting punished. My sibling keeps swearing up and down that it's like a really good game, and Bloodborne is the game that allowed me to find your play style. Oh, so there are builds that let you face tank in that game. What did you do, if you don't mind my asking? And while you're talking about that, if you feel up to it, we're going to wait one cycle for this chariot. And then I'm going to make the biggest haberdash of my lifetime. Which alcove was it in? Is it this one? Oh, God, yep. Nope, dead. Not dead. Just physical resistance clothes and health boosting stuff? Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. Aniv, what do you mean by run, hun? What do you mean? Aniv. I guess I shouldn't berate the AI. It's at least, it's doing its best. Okay. Now we have that cemetery thing. And I'm not liking my position right now. First demons, now telling us to run. We're doomed, aren't we? We're doomed. Totally doomed. Nah. I don't believe that. A Niv speaking in foreign languages, despite me setting it to speak only in English, is like a bigger portent of the end times. Not that I just like, languages other than English or anything, but if we can't understand it, I don't know what it's saying. It could be trying to read out of the Ars Goetia for all we know. A book, part of the set of books called Solomon's Key. And in it are the 72 lords and archdukes of hell. From Baalzebul all the way to, I don't know, Gremory. And I don't want it summoning any of those. Thankfully, to summon any of the stuff in time to make me some new friends, Kappa. The Archdukes of Hell are not good friends to have, let me tell you. And also, they have the silliest summoning conditions or calling conditions imaginable. Some require you to brew a specific tincture of herbs, drink it, and then say something peculiar 4 to 6 times, and others require that you ask serene questions, face in a specific direction, and then when you actually call the Archduke of Hell or one of the like lords of hell, you had better answer some questions correctly or you'll lose your soul. Yeah, the Ars Goetia is, or Goetia, excuse me, the Ars Goetia is just not a good book. Don't read it if you would like to have your sanity intact. Thankfully, most copies of the Ars Goetia are in the museum where you... Hello, Bloodhound Knight. Too bad I can't... I lost that thing a long time ago, bro. You're telling me. What I know of the Ars Goetia and the Lesser Key of Solomon comes from a lovely little game series called Shin Megami Tensei, and I guess the Persona series. It uses a lot of references from the Ars Goetia. Not only the Ars Goetia, but it does make its name known in there. That one drops its armor, and the item is the Gelmir set. Nice. Just gotta figure out if I want to kill him or not. I guess I can. I would probably skip this in the real run. I should make a note about that before we move on. Okay, I have marked it in the lexicon for the future. Let's do this thing. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I still am probably gonna skip it though. Now the Bloodhound set I think does something pretty specific in Reforged. Increases action speed when anything nearby suffers from blood loss. Yeah, I don't remember it having this effect actually. I think it used to do something else. I wonder what that means though. That is something I could like test. I could like cast Blood Boon enough times to find out. I'm not sure I want to. I think we're just gonna move on with our life. But those are some nice sets. We might cosplay or transmog into one of those toward the end. Now, Kirnifr, are you a sly dog? Did you put a rune piece in this? I would. All that smashing and not a single rune piece. Unfortunate. I guess Kirnifr thought that might be too easy, and I maybe would have agreed with that sentiment. Now, this is the hard part. I usually die many times before I get this. Did they hide things in pots Zelda style? They sure did. So there's a lovely little collectible called a rune piece. They're small, sliver-sized orange things. And they don't like turn the pots into containers. Kirnifr did not turn any of the pots into containers, but you can like embed the rune piece inside the object or underneath it and block the light source. So it's like hiding it in the pot without actually hiding it in the pot, because that would be like a whole new item, I think, if I remember what people were talking about correctly in the Reforged Discord. I could have it totally backwards, but that's how I remember the discussion going down. Do I have to drop on it on the way, like, toward or on the way back? I feel like it's on the way back. Oh, I'm gonna hate myself if I don't get this right. I somehow got it. Okay. Ah, that was close. And I very nearly died again. Unfortunately, the chariots are one-hit kills. I hate them. I don't hate them or anything, but, like, they're not very fun to have to navigate around, and Reforged does not really alleviate this in any capacity. I don't know if I don't think Convergence... No. Convergence does change the spots where there are chariots. If they're, like, not part of their overall design. The chariots definitely could have been designed better. I agree. It's not really clear whether they're an enemy or a hazard. On one hand, I would definitely classify them as a hazard. But here's the thing. You can kill chariots. They break when you drop things on them, or certain things happen to them. I see you, little rune piece. And you do get runes if you complete the puzzles that involve the chariots. But it's not like you can target the chariots or anything. Yeah, I definitely agree. And some of the spaces that the chariots are in are downright restrictive for no reason. Oh well, that's how the game is. No sense in griping about it too much, huh? Oh, okay. Now, what was this boss again? Oh god, yeah, Red Wolf of the Champion. Hardship, here we come. Wish me luck. I think I'm gonna need it. I think what we can do, though, is equip this. That might help us out a bit. And with that, I'll see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. Thank you. Oh god, Comet. Oh, nice snap pivot. Yeah, really nice. Okay. We even had reduced resources and we could somehow still get it. cool. Next up, we have the Volcano Cave. Now, I do not remember where this is. Volcano Cave. Well, it would certainly help if we had the map, but I'm... Oh, nope. Oh yeah, that red wolf is just as squishy as in Rhea Lucaria. It's pretty vulnerable to bleed, so I don't mind it. Even on slightly depleted resources, we managed to get it. Lutel definitely helped, and I think Lutel was a good call there, because they were able to teleport around and dodge a lot of the magic glint blades, which, by the way, for those who are kind of just passively listening in, if there is ever a magic sorcery I could ever recommend to you in Reforged or Vanilla, I recommend Magic Glint Blade. It is the best sorcery outside of Carrion Slicer you will ever find. You can set it up like a trap. You can conjure 4 or 5 and one-shot things before they have a chance to get to you. It's great. You can also use it on fights like Fia's Champions to force a 50-50. I usually use it in order to make the NPC like dodge into something else. I would even recommend it if you're an archery or a bow user. Like having a staff in your offhand just to trick them with a magic glint blade would be pretty good. You'll either get them with the glint blade or you'll get them with the ammunition. One of those two things is definitely happening. Let's go back here. Think fast, Chuckle Nuts. Exactly. I can also use Magic Glint Blade to force a 50-50 so that I either get them with the Glint Blade, or if I want to, I can egg them on with a bit of status-inducing items. Sleep pots are especially effective, and then you can set up a chain of Magic Glint Blades, assuming something is vulnerable to sleep, of course. And you will have your magic trap. I love the spell, and I pray tell it is not nerfed into the ground anytime soon. I don't do PvP, and I don't come across PvE human enemies that often. Let's see. Let me think of some... Well, no, I guess technically the god skins are humanoid, aren't they? Yeah, I would class them as human. They aren't human-sized, but they have the annoying tendency to dodge. Another non-human enemy that could benefit from similar tactics would be the Elder Lions. The Elder Lions are trained to, at least in vanilla, always dodge on spellcast. Always. Most adept enemies have a script that says, if this animation is active, dodge. Dodge left or dodge right. I watched a clip like a couple of months ago where I watched this person fire a bow in Redmane Castle where the Elder Lions are. And they were just jumping left and right and left and right. Every time this person would fire their bow. It's funny. The two main ones you fight are the Sanguine Noble before Moog's Portal and Gideon the All Monologue. Yup, you know it. That fight's gonna be fun, by the way. Mr. Gideon, when we get to him. Mainly because I don't think any of our damage will actually one-shot Gideon. So I'm going to have to be dealing with the spell spam. That said, I am a mage. I'd like to offer him the free hug spell. Oh, what spell is that? Is that the... It's in the Frenzy School. The Frenzy School of Incantations. I know which one you're talking about. I just forget the name. Inescapable Frenzy. Yeah, that's it. That's a pretty good one. I don't know if I don't think I have it on hand. That might be a good one specifically for Mr. Gideon. Where's this? Nope. I only have 3 frenzy spells so far. I don't have the faith to cast the rest yet. That's something I will fix toward the end because I have most of the stats I want. I just don't have... Let me put it this way, and not try to tie my mind in knots. A lot of the big... I just realized it's supposed to be the equivalent of that pyromancy in DS3, where you grab someone and it blows up. Yeah, it is. I forget the name of that pyromancy, but I know exactly the one you're talking about. That one was pretty fun. It's also in the same school of technique as the is it the Dark Hand or the Wraith? Is it the Wraith Hand? It's one of those. I want to say it's the Dark Hand. I used it to farm the Golden Angels on top of the Grand Archives. Oh yeah. Screw them. Screw those angels big time. Those things are not fun to fight. JRP has highs. Who's JRP, Aniv? Where are you getting these people from? You know what I want to bet though? JRP is probably a Super Metroid speedrunning community reference. I'm willing to bet that's where that comes from. I have to look up where this cave is. Give me 1 second. Nope. It would help if I could spell and not have something errant in the search results. Okay, so we figure out how to head north and we probably have it. That's probably a drop down. Can't say screw them when they can be report and grab. Yeah, that's fair. Also had dropping a hefty 23k a kill with all the soul boosting items. Yeah, those are a pretty nice farm. I'll give you that. Am I thinking of a different enemy then? I might be thinking of a different one. Oh, you know what it is? I'm thinking of the Ringed City Angels instead of the ones on top of the Grand Archives / Lothric Castle. Yeah, I know the ones you're talking about now. Yeah, those aren't too bad, especially with spells. The ones I'm thinking of, like the winged things that emerge out of cocoons in the Ringed City on your way to the actual Ringed City itself. I think that's the cave with the jar cannon. You turn right at the camp with all the frenzy knights. Yeah, that sounds correct. Now, is there a safe way down is the question. Because normally in this spot, if Patches, my lovely little nickname for Patches, if Patches is around, he'll just push you down here. But I've already been to Volcano Manor, so Patches is not available to do the usual dirtily knave-like task of shoving me down the cliff. So I have to think of where he is. You gotta go back down and around past the Wyndham Ruins. Okay. So that's back the way we came, right? Thanks for helping me navigate. I have pretty low latency, so should be able to read your guidance when it comes up, but you may have to give me just a second. No map pieces is really messing with me. I can navigate my way fine in every other place in every other region of Elden Ring except this one. This one gets me without a map. You want to get testy while I read a map, do you, Sir Wolf? Alright, so I know where the Wyndham Ruins are. That's like over here, right? That's where the Tibia Mariner is? Let me try to go at it from a different direction. It's gonna sound strange. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. You gotta go all the way back down to Altus. Maybe I need to alter where the Tibia Mariner is to be at this point of the split. Hang on. Let me go back to where this is. There's the Tibia Mariner. Let's try doing it like that. Because I kind of bumped into him before and just didn't bother. I just like turned around and did other stuff. But I think we might actually be ready for the Mariner now. I think we were beyond ready, but you know what I mean. Alright, Sir Tibia Mariner, and I know that there is a... Give me a few seconds. It would help if I weren't getting spammed with lasers. Is this thing something I can kill? Yes, I can. The reason I'm going to the Wyndham Ruins is I think it wraps around to Volcano Cave on the other side. It's very possible it doesn't, and I'm just doing something stupid, but I'm giving it a try. Alright. Oh, nice. Alright, I need to find this Mariner so he stops doing that. I gotta be careful because I don't want to accidentally stumble into a bunch of... I'll read that when I can. Okay, I know he's teleported. Nice. This heads around to that huge broken bridge and that town that's on fire with the knights and executioners fighting where you get the golden vow incantation. Yeah, that sounds correct. I wonder what that illusion chose to fight. Oh, I think this thing's immune to bleed. I would be better using madness on it. Oh my god. How did I survive? Never mind. How can I survive when I die? Oh my god. Okay, no wait, that's wrong. Disregard, this leads to the other flaming town with a boss that drops a memory stone and a fort before that. It's like a demi-human queen boss, right? Is that what you're talking about? There's a demi-human queen, like, somewhere... Where's this? Like over here. Yeah, okay. We're thinking the same thing then. I'm just not sure that's the correct direction. What I'm gonna do is we're going to get our runes, GTFO. Then tomorrow, when I come back, because we're hitting the 4-hour mark on the stream, I'll have looked up where to get to that particular spot, and we'll go from there. If it's toward Wyndham Ruins, great. We'll kill the Tibia Mariner on the way. If not, and it turns out to be a completely different direction, well, then I'll just readjust the Tibia Mariner back to where it was on the splits. Hope that sounds agreeable with everybody. I know it's my run and my routing, so I have the ultimate say, but I'm always looking for input. It's just normal progression up the mountain. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. So, I want to thank everybody so much for stopping by and hanging out with me. Thank you again, Chicken Warrior, for all your insightful commentary. I'm glad you could be here, and I hope you've enjoyed sitting here with me as much as I have enjoyed your own company. And that goes for everyone else as well. Just before the Grace and the Wind thing up to the Falling Star Beast. Gotcha. Yeah, I know where you're talking about. So if we head back here and we go back to the corpse stench shack, we kind of have to go a roundabout way to get to the volcano cave. I'd have to look at a map to kind of piece it together, but I know what you're saying. With any luck, I'll be able to look into that tonight and write that down for myself on my lovely little route sheet. For those of you on YouTube, you can go ahead and saunter off. Not that I don't like you guys or anything. Of course not. But I don't have anything else for you. Period. So my name is Swirling Vortex for you guys on YouTube. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I hope to see you again tomorrow at the same time. Take care of yourself. Yeah, get lost, YouTube. JK. I have to work. I always have to work on my outros, man. Or otherwise, and I have to put disclaimers or people think I'm saying something real and truthful. And I'm just trying to make a segue here. But, yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Take care of yourselves on YouTube. Well, you're welcome back anytime. And with that, goodbye. Now, for those of you on Twitch, I do have some shout-outs today. I need to get to dog watching, so I'm going to forgo the raid that I was thinking about doing. If you are wanting content, what kind of content are we looking at here? Just got to run through my list of people I have. Okay, these are going to be some bigger names today, I think. If you guys want, I'm going to recommend JDT Kalè again. Head on over to, so you're going to head out perfectly fine. Thank you for being here, Chicken Warrior, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Take care of yourself, and goodbye. They're playing Rise of the Ronin. Aniv? Who's Mental Militia 665? Who is Mental Militia 665? And why are you referencing yourself? I don't know. But here's what I do know. The bigger name that I was going to recommend is, if you guys like, let's see, I suppose these are kind of small names when you think about it, huh? If you guys like variety content late at night. Check out this speedrunner named Patty. They're playing Grime. I don't know what that is. Part of me wants to find out, but part of me also needs to go back and dog watch, so that's not happening. But there you go. Someone small, someone big. We're all kind of competing in the same system on Twitch, so it shouldn't really matter who you shout out. Not really. As per usual, if you guys hadn't done all the algorithmic stuff, please consider doing that. Following, subscribing are easy, free ways to help out the channel and help us grow. Sharing the content with your friends, promoting it on Twitter or Blue Sky or wherever you are, whatever social media you use, feel free to do so. I appreciate any and all publicity that is, or any and all good publicity that comes in, that you decide to give out. If you guys want to keep in touch with me, best ways to do that are on my Discord. It's in the About Me section on Twitch, and it's also on YouTube in the description. You can also type exclamation mark or star Discord if you would like a link to that Discord. Follow or subscribe first, and then I will have no problem having you on board. I stream Monday through Friday from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am waiting to hear back from a client on house sitting, so I may not be streaming this Friday. I may try to pull a double on Thursday. We'll have to see. If I am in fact not streaming on Friday, I'll let you guys know. You'll be the first to know it on the calendar, all that fun stuff. Speaking of which, if you're on the Discord, and the Discord's the best bloody place for it, I have a streaming calendar. I have it set up on Google Calendar. So if you use a Google Calendar, join the Discord. Click on the streaming calendar invite. All that fun stuff. I am going to work on a command that gives you guys the link to this calendar instead, but it takes time. And I did not have that much of that today. Forgive me. But you'll be able to sync yourselves to it on your Google accounts. You can also sync it to your Samsung phone. You can sync it on your Samsung phone or your Apple phone if you use Google products, probably. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm not my best at troubleshooting phones, but I can and will try to help you where I can. I think that about does it. You guys know the rest, and I've already shilled at you about the financial stuff, so I'm gonna give that a rest. I try to do that only once a stream. That way, and about the midpoint. That's kind of where those of you that are listening for me will know what I'm asking about and what I'm trying to promote. That way I'm not bothering people who are clicking on the VOD at the beginning and end, to give you a bit of my rationale. Now, that's enough of me rambling, and prattling onward. Thank you guys so much on YouTube, on Twitch, and YouTube as well, if you're still here. I hope to be back tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow unless something happens to me. Thank you. I appreciate your company, your words, your presence, and you being here is enough for me. Always. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You may call me whatever makes you feel more comfortable. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only routing. You stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here anytime. And with that, goodbye.